Comrades, welcome back. So, the last stream we beat the game, got the C ending. It was, it was a horrific ball ache, actually. But now we're on the B playthrough. I know I promised I would get to chapter 2, but I had a really busy week, really exhausting week, and I didn't quite make it there. But I am pretty close. I think I'm right at the end of chapter 1, so I'm pretty much there, I think. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and get this show on the road here. I am gonna skip these, however, because we have until we get to chapter 2. We've already seen all these cutscenes, so I am gonna skip them until we get to a point where the story, diverges. And also going to continue to okay. So now we're at the okay. So I almost made it. I'm actually trying to remember which one I did last time. I actually can't remember. Let's see here. We should be on chapter 2 now, I think. Check here. I think picking one of these battles segue. Let's see. I don't have to plume anybody until the end of the first chapter. I only have to plume one person. I don't think it matters. I mean, it does matter. That's all I get to do. We've got Loxwell and Sharifa back, and they have no skills, so I'm gonna go ahead and try and fix it. I have gone ahead and just like I'm letting the B playthrough kind of be the free-for-all. The B playthrough is going to be basically completely story focused. I'm just going to kind of raffle stomp through the battles. And then once we get to the A playthrough, that's when I'm going to like put on the fucking serious face and you know, start over with my gear. I'm not going to sell all of it, but I'm going to start over with all of it. I'm going to you know, be a lot more limiting, basically. But anyway, fucking pause. N key apparently pauses. How that happened? Definitely didn't configure that. I'm still playing without a controller, so and that you know, as I do it for longer, I'll get more used to it. But it's never quite going to be intuitive, especially for a game like this. It's doable though. There's some games where it's like just not doable. Like I don't even think I could do this with like the original Valkyrie profile, or like anything really with platforming elements. Techniques I can have them use right now. Okay, so for this playthrough, we're going to go to Camille, which actually I believe is supposed to be the path that you pick for... No. And the A playthrough is going to be a fucking... Sharifa and pretty much nobody else. Okay, I was going to go to Camille, but instead I think I'm going to go to Growth Walk. I think. Hope this is the right one. Yeah, alright, let's go. Okay, so I guess here's where chapter properly. Shadows in the dark. Fuck you. By my king's command, I do herewith declare his ardent wish that your royal highness sit rightfully atop the Aetolian throne. Further affirm his allegiance, he decrees that we, the men of the Second Imperial Order, his well-being. Majesty's generosity humbles me. Rest assured, my personal guard is quite up to their calling. In such a case, our orders were to take any pass around. I really don't like this angry guy. He looks too much like a really derpy, like young Donald Trump that got like a really, like an even worse haircut. That's not me trying to be funny or like, you know, make at this point cliched jokes at the expense of that person's physical appearance. It's genuinely what this guy reminds me. We are utterly at your disposal. Let us discuss the matter further anon. Okay. In the meantime, you shall share in our meat and mead. This evening, your men dine as my guests. Especially that particular character portrait's face. I mean, the expression on his face, that, you know, I can't even make that face. It's like that kind of tight-lipped, sort of pursed sort of look. And it just... The resemblance is uncanny, I'm sorry. I mean, it is. Gaudy Highness, heavens knows I am most grateful, Lord Gondar. Oh, that's right, this guy's Gondar. Okay, so maybe we have already seen this. Will surf. By fee? Unspeakable pain, tell me in truth, am I for this world no longer? Yourself together, man, we've never lost anyone to a wee scratch such as this. This to ease my mind. Wouldn't go easing your mind just yet. Aetolian tyranny won't end itself, you know. Right, comrade. I'm saving her for the A playthrough. That's actually why I didn't do Camille right now. Oh yeah, my angel. Oof. A little hot and heavy there. God, what do you call those muscles right here? These are pretty hardcore. Got a very Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson neck. Oh yeah, my angel, life is too short for regrets when the war is won. I mean, alright. Shit. Respect to Comrade Natalia marrying this lowly serf here. Oh my god. The demure look there. Oh, you take a mother's hand? Oh, wow. Stand up, dude. Is this serf gonna get a name? Oh, wait, hold on. Have I spoken too soon? Is he gonna be a prick about it? Children, actually, a daughter and a son. That red eye sense. She definitely doesn't look like she's popped out 2 kids. No, not regret, merely surprise. My conviction is unshaken. Alright, there you go. Well, that's certainly encouraging. Let me think it over a while. As always, your bedside manner leaves nothing to be desired, save for your lovely self, Lady Natalia. Okay. Ernest, always the charmer. Goodness. When will that charm of yours bring my medicine, munitions, and rations? Oh, wow. Dare say it already has. Supplies make their way here as we speak. Dare say I've heard that before. Your best, Lady Natalia, for your unit's sake, if not your own. Loyal men are loath to lie down before their leader. We'll all rest easier once the supplies reach us. But I cannot comfort you. No one faults you for the delays, Sir Ernest. If anyone is deserving of rest, surely you are. I don't think I'd noticed. I don't think I hadn't noticed you've been forgoing sleep for nights on end. Here I had fancy myself the watchman. Would have known nothing could escape your sleepless gaze. As I have apparently nowhere to hide, I shall retire defeated to the conclusion of my chambers. Oh, this guy. I don't think we saw any of this Ernest dude in the last playthrough. It's interesting that I'm seeing a lot of plot with these two, because... Okay, so let me piece together... Okay, so, in the last playthrough, Muriel and Mishka executed these two. Natalia and Ernest. The characters we're supposed to be getting here by going to Heroth Walk are two totally different characters we haven't seen yet. Actually, no, we did see one of them in the prologue, but I'll wait for that. I am the one defeated Vilnor's gallant knight, won your heart before the gauntlet was ever cast. Where is all this happening? Are these like... Is there like a time jump in between these conversations, or are they all three present together right now? You have it all wrong. I would never poison my feelings for him with affection. What? I get what she means, but it's a weird way of phrasing that, since affection is itself feeling. I admire him too much for that. That's also a feeling. Hope that Reserve gets a name. Oh, I'm sorry. Get the mouse out of here. Here we go, Gwendol. So Gwendol's, you know, the fucking, you know, William Wallace turbo Scottish dude that we battled with in the prologue, or battled alongside, more accurately. Damn storm, it never fails. Curse my god's forsaken luck. Ellipses! First one of the playthrough. First one of the branching path, anyway. Crouching down mud-soaked trails to gods know where under the cover of night. A sodden pack of rats is all we are. Hear me, boy. I am no boy, and I'm tired of your whining. Okay. Wilfred's not significantly less edgy. Oh, spoken like a real man. Oh my god, look at that grin. Holy shit. So in the B playthrough, you can plume. In the C playthrough, you can plume. You have to, like, basically each ending requires you to. So A is you plume nobody. The B ending, you plume one person, no more, no less. At C, you have to plume at least 2 people, but you can plume more. So you can plume anywhere from 2 to 4 before you get to the, you know, the final battle. So I don't want to plume Charifa or Loxwell because that's a waste. I've already got their plume techniques. So I have to pick one of the characters that I'm going to get from this run. So it's either going to be this guy or the other person that we're getting this chapter. Or next chapter we're going to be getting Lieselot. Definitely not going to plume her because she's... I mean... Whatever, I'm not going to be ashamed. I think she's cute. Not as much as Natalia, but Natalia's got that like revolutionary, like it's not just a looks thing. Yeah, so it's gonna be one of these dudes. How dare you? A woeful scene 'twas to watch, cry in your innocence like some guilt-racked loon. You're a morbid little mollycoddle, aren't you? Wow. You know not of what you speak. Should I know of a messy milkstop's plight? I only know what I saw, a blubberin', blatherin' backstabber. Guard that tongue. Wait, what? Is he, like, talking shit at Wilfred? I don't get it. I don't get what the context is. I've missed it, I guess. This guy's Darius. I'm actually... That name implies a dude, but I don't know. I guess it could be female. I don't actually know. He could just be a very pretty, very pretty boy-esque. We'll find out when we read the bios, obviously. How many times must I tell you to save the fighting for the battlefield? Who's fighting? Boy let his jaw flap, so I shut it for him is all. Oh, man. Again, Gwendol? If you don't like it, you can run your damn supplies without me. I don't need this indignity. A milksop now. Jeez. Alright, Wilfred's displaying a little more of a sense of humor this playthrough. I've got a death wish, don't you, boy? Oh, that face is just contorting in all sorts of ways. Peace at once, both of you. It's a demon-infested trail under the moonlight has no place to settle your petty squabbles. Short-handed as it stands, insubordination is tantamount to treason. Do I make myself clear? Okay. Alright. Arius might be getting the plume here. Clear as my conscience. Good. We haven't time to waste. Our consignment is 3 days past promise. Owl! WWWL. Oh, shit. God damn it. Did not mean to do that. Fuck. Last save state I made. Do this. There we go. No problems. Tell that to them, Captain. Where'd they come from? That I can't say, but their timing couldn't be better. Just you stay out of my way, boy. And you mine. Dude, how come they don't remember each other? Wilfred and Gwendol fought together in the prologue. In the prologue, you fought with Will, Ansel, Hugo, and this guy, Gwendol. Okay, so I actually didn't skip over that much. Look at their stuff. All right, so we finally gonna get to enjoy someone with a two-handed sword, and believe this guy. So Darius is another sword user, just like Wilfred. So again, just another reason to plume him. And yeah, it is a very sort of anime pretty one. The names in this game are so, I'm not trying to be weird, the names in this game are kind of all over the place, so I don't really just, I try not to assume gender just by name immediately. Born to destitute nobles, Darius was surrendered for adoption to a merchant house as a boy. He later rejoined his true house at 15 years of age when his birth brothers began to fall one after another to a vicious contagion. Aristocratic circles spurn him for his less than noble upbringing, and only through military service has he been able to restore a modicum of honor to his name. He has but a lone friend in Ernest, an elder student of the Officers' Academy. Never spoke ill of Darius' birth, nor looked down upon him. Okay, so this guy and the person that's the dude that's charming Comrade Natalia are apparently old friends. Alright, and this guy from Jarabellum. That's where Lucian's from. I would like, like, I know we saw Gondar earlier. I would like to see some connections to some of the other Valkyrie profile characters. Because this is a prequel, by the way. If that, just to... Because, honestly, Gondar has been the only reference to a human character from that game so far that I've seen. So, it's obviously a much, much younger Gondar. So this is like... This game seems like it takes place for... at least 30 years prior to Valkyrie profile, but maybe more. Alright, so Gwendel's me, basically. Right down to his age. The soulless sellsword Gwendel scours the lands of Midgard, hoarding plunder at will. Okay, so maybe not me. It's sparing nary a thought to those he wrongs. Thievery, extortion, murder, no deeds beneath the insect. Wait, and we fought with this guy in the what was he even doing there? I don't get it. We just had a real kind of like hodgepodge of people in that initial party. Okay. Increases allies' attack and sieges, but reduces swordsman's RDM. There seems to be like one of these. There seems to be one of these like siege specific abilities for each kind of weapon. Like Dwayne had one for spears. What was his name? August had one for fists. This staff right here is a little ridiculous. Look at how quickly like the stats jump up here, like 15, 130, 140, 210, 220, 330. And then all of a sudden this one is 950. That's gonna be some batshit insane damage we're gonna see out of Loxwell. Which is good, because Loxwell has only one attack spell right now. Anyway. And now we've got this sword, Helgi's sword. This is dark. Well, I think we had it. Maybe? I don't know. I can't remember if we had it at the end of the last playthrough. Yes, we've got that. My stats are still, like, only certain stats are there's a lot of discrepancy, because most of my stats right now are coming from gear. Obviously tell which ones are not being boosted by my gear. Yeah, I'm gonna kind of have fun with this playthrough. I'm gonna try to get better at juggling, because I seem to... I mean, I definitely am not very good at it. For whatever reason. Can't seem to get the rhythm of this game's combos down nearly as easily. Around here real quick. Even though it really doesn't matter in this game, there's no front, middle, and back row. I do like to pretend there is, just because it helps me remember which characters are on which buttons. But anyway. Here we go. Okay. This is a lot like that one battle we were... This is the battle where I fought the sort of blue phantom doppelganger dude, but instead the party started up here. That only works based on I try to just use Wilford as a tank here.
Guard reinforce.
I want to counterattack because I want to see my new character's attacks. They're going after all the strong characters. Interesting. continue to back out here.
All I am able to do, I shall.
I mean, that's only fair. Okay.
Firestorm!
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike!
So far, still edgy.
Grim vengeance! How does it?
I've got something for you. Finishing strike! Reign of Terror!
Nice.
How did that strike you?
Alright, I gotta see how powerful a free press
Let
is
it
with
be
that
decided
batshit
here and
insane
now. I invoke
scepter.
the rights of fiery Muspelheim, and give my soul up to the Inferno's embrace.
Jesus Christ.
Ifrit caress. I never miss.
One way of putting it.
Always the reek of blood.
Unfortunately, Darius doesn't have a special attack yet, so... shit out of luck there for now.
Be no more! Always the reek of blood.
So we actually do have to hold off on the counterattacks of these. Otherwise we're not going to get any sin. It's all good.
In my father's name.
I need to see what the plus button is.
The battle is won.
Apparently I have not been able to figure it out. Where is it? Kind of curious to see what, if anything, it is. So sorry, I'm adjusting the hotkey. Damn it. Let's see. I want to see what the something I didn't consider. You can actually adjust the layout of the LCDs, which I'm embarrassed to say I did not even think about. I'm curious. Ooh, that's not great. Well, that's actually kind of handy. The page down screen will swap them around. Kind of neat. I kind of wish I'd known that. Anyway. Enough of that nonsense. They really want to kill Loxwell. Not even really the easiest target. I guess he has the lowest HP, so maybe that's why.
All I am able to do, I shall.
You won't need treasure where you're going.
I can't actually remember what I set the button to. J? Okay. Just want to see if it does anything. No, it does nothing. Except whatever the fuck that was. And also the frame counter. I guess. I forget what that is. Flag display. Doesn't say. I guess maybe that's the number of dropped frames. It doesn't really say what that measurement is in, that 302 number. yeah, comma shows the input display. Sure, why not?
I never miss.
Interesting that you can't get Sin in these. How did I feel about the first ending? Oh shit. I am so sorry. I did not realize... Are we still in sub-only chat? Shit. I turned that on to debug some message bots that I had. I'm sorry you had to do that. Yeah, I'm actually glad I see that, or glad I saw that, because otherwise I'd completely forgotten the first ending. I felt, I mean, it was pretty miserable, but fitting. I'm glad that's over with, honestly. Like, I'm really glad that's over with. For this, now I'm doing the B story path, and for this one I'm basically just, I'm not imposing any limits on myself. I'm just going to kind of rot the stump through it and focus on the story. And then for the A playthrough, that's when I'm going to double down. Not going to sell all my gear, but I'm going to not equip anything. I'm not going to change my equipment until I need to. And I'm sure like tactics and techniques are going to make things really imbalanced as it is, so I'm going to try and make the A playthrough the hard one, and this one's just going to be a nice little sort of coffee break after the C path. Yeah, no, I turned on sub-only mode because I was, like I said, I was debugging a bunch of my, like, I have Nightbot on my channel, and like I had not heard anything from it in a long time, so I was just debugging a bunch of the messages to make sure that they were working. I think my stream has just kind of like been dead since really the beginning of the Dark Souls playthrough. It's been on a steady decline pretty much. Beginning of the Dark Souls playthrough was like the last big peak I had, and then it stayed consistent throughout most of that playthrough, but it definitely leveled off to the point where the chatbot wasn't chiming in much. I did not guess that would be the case, but it wasn't particularly surprising. I had not guessed that, but it did not. I mean, it was very appropriate. It was just kind of a pain. Because like at that point, like the entire party was so like unlikable and unrelatable to me that I had to like motivate myself to like make them win so I could proceed with the fucking game. So yeah, I'm actually kind of curious to see what the happy medium is between that and whatever the good ending is.
many horrors have I seen to look away now. Firestorm!
Do that very well, did I?
How long am I to babysit this runt?
I mean, after seeing the way that I mean, maybe not mortals, but seeing how the Aesir behaved in VP1, I mean, couldn't really falter for it, to be honest. And it really makes you think about, like, the weird dynamic of, like, you know, because I personally do not believe that the religion of the Old Norse was anything like what, you know, what Christians have written in the sagas, but in any sort of religious story where there's like a good side and a bad side, and the punishment for being bad is being sent into the custody of the bad side, it's like, you know, whether it's the goddess Hela or, you know, Hades or Satan, Lucifer, or whatever. And all that, like, what if they didn't exist? Where would God or the gods send bad people? Like, it's clearly a good cop, bad cop thing that humans have sort of fan-fictioned into existence, and it's like, can the quote-unquote bad one really be that bad if they're giving you a place to put, like, the irredeemable, like, you know, they're giving you a bad place to put the bad people that deserve to be in the bad place. Like, they didn't exist, like what? Like all the fucking, you know, you die and go to heaven and, like, you know, Jeffrey Dahmer and fucking, you know, Batista and Hitler are there? Like, fuck. It just makes you wonder why they're portrayed to be bad guys. Like, yeah, they're associated with bad people, but, like, they're doing an important job. Oh, whoops. That was it? Alright. ice.
The battle is won.
Yeah, I figured that was the case. Either that or it was like a... Yeah, no, Yeah, that makes sense. I figured it was something like that. Talking about Firestorm. But yeah, that makes sense. Oh shit! I don't even need to just firestorm this asshole.
Firestorm! I long for the peace of the shadows.
Also, I figured out how to do something kind of cute on the emulator, and that is... Hey, look at that! I wish I'd known how to do that sooner. I feel like I did know how to do that before, I've just forgotten. The only other thing I've streamed from this emulator is the Pokemon Black Nuzlocke I did, like, over a year ago. Casualties. Think you'd tell me, Captain. Shaking and shivering like you've seen a ghost. Spare me your mockery, Gwendol. Responsible for the lives of you men. The man or two lost matter. We'll all be joining them soon enough if we don't plow on. Be that as it may. Praetorian infantry. You know what's weird is that I read this guy's like character profile. He's the same age as me. Like shit, do I have like Grand Moff Tarkin cheeks? Shit. That's why you save the funerals till after the day is done, Captain. Less graves to dig that way. No one's digging any graves. Weary we may be, but we can still put up a fight. Ooh. A mercenary clad in armor. A lot of armor, actually. How the fuck does he see? Does a grave matter anyway? Well, if that's the way you feel. What do you think you're doing? Looks like he's about to kill you. Grah! Dastard? Dastard? What? Hold on. I've never heard that word used. I've heard the word dastardly. Dishonorable or despicable person. That's so... dastardly means wicked and cruel. Like, you still sometimes hear the word dastardly. I've never actually heard dastard used before. You would betray us at a time like this. Betray you? I'm saving your bloody lives. Look at that grin. God damn. I'm murdering your brother in arms? He was a faceless mercenary. Who even was that guy? I didn't even give him a name. Not murder, Captain. Sacrifice. The scent of his blood will draw the undead. We'll extend a warm welcome to our Artolian friends. What have you done? So these two, Darius and Wendell, are from the more poorer cities, Vilnor and Jerusalem. We're not working with nearly as much nobility in our lineup this playthrough. See for yourself, the undead already come to feast. Now's our chance to escape. So wait, the undead have taken it upon themselves to howl like wolves? Huh? Inhuman fiend, we've got to rescue him. Dead either way, that host would have us share his fate. No death for a man killed by his fellow and fed to demons. You dare think this is just? You really did what you lacked the courage to do. Fellowship? Ha! Value your fellows' lives over your own? Ellipses! I don't know if any of that's coming through the mic, or if, like, NVIDIA broadcast is really just that hardcore. By the way, Thanatos, how is my voice in terms of its balance with the game volume? Are they competing a lot? Do I need to turn the game down? I usually keep the game a little, like a decent amount lower than my voice, but sometimes it's hard to tell from the meters. Because you're right, we have no choice. Ellipses. Yeah, I'm like, hold on. I'm gonna like slam my fist on the desk and see if it comes through the mic at all. Damn. Yeah, they're not paying me to advertise for them, but NVIDIA broadcast is fucking hardcore. You something to say, spit it out, boy. Okay, I'm gonna turn it down then like a couple more dB then, just for consistency's sake between this playthrough and the last one. Well, thank you. I appreciate that reassurance. It's nothing. Lily-livered craven. Lily-livered. Oh, man. Lily-livered cravens, the both of you. Show a little respect when I save your lives. Oh, man. I don't get it. Like, I was kind of surprised, because, like, Wilfred and Wendell are interacting like they'd never met before, but he was clearly fighting with us in the prologue. Oh my god, internal monologues! Just fucking... Somebody fan me gently before I pass out. We're having internal monologues. Like, Squall, Leonhardt, Final Fantasy VIII style. Wilfred is instantly more relatable. Are no worse than mine. Hey, there you go, buddy. Yeah. I'll be 35 in 35 on well, the last day of the year, actually. I had the grand misfortune to be born on New Year's Eve. This drives me crazy. I'm so annoyed that the music fucking stops while you're in the menu out here. There's no reason for it. Also, like, my wife is 6 months older than me, and so like from June to December, it's like this. She feels like she sometimes gets a little down because our numbers aren't the same. She feels older, and it's like, I mean, whatever. We're born in the same year. It's the same number at the end of our birthdays. Like, fuck it. I don't actually know if the I don't want to take the time and read all this if it's the same lore from the first game. Look, Grant. This looks familiar. All of this rings a bell. Northwestern Village's bountiful harvest is once fed Grenson to the east. Grenson's a city we haven't heard of yet, I don't think. And there's obviously Aluin. Neither of those are in. The thing is that like we've seen Gondar, and he looks like he's about. Okay, let me look him up real quick, because I remember him being, like, his actual canon age is even older than he looks in VP1. Oh, wait, never mind. It's about accurate. Well, he's 67 in VP1. And in this game, he looks at the very youngest Yeah, he's definitely no younger than Gwendol. So my guess is this game takes place 30 years and some change before VP1 maximum. I'm actually really curious to see if we're going to see any other characters from VP1. I would really appreciate those tie-ins, actually. Anyway. Morning quickness. Turn back the initial dispatch from Alwyn Keep after a 2-day standoff. It was known by the leader as molded laymen into soldiers, but reports from the front note a lady at their foray. That does not seem familiar. All serfs repelling the suppression forces, many take it for granted that they receive support of Vilnor. Serfs were outfitted with arms and armor of a number and make far beyond the Royal War Council's expectations, and the blood price for that underestimation was exceedingly harsh. Could only have been a knight of Vilnor was spied in the rebels' midst, leading to speculation that the Artolian crown will approve Alwyn Keep's request for reinforcements in the interests of securing its borders. Politics, geopolitics, geopolitics, geopolitics. There's not enough of that in our lives already. Talk of ghosts sighted over the battlefields in the highlands of Camille that haunt the vicinity. Theories of their origins vary. Some say they are tormented warrior souls from the Battle of Camille centuries ago, while others contend they are vengeful wayfarers fallen prey to the bandit raids of recent. All over the lore leads, pray you exercise caution, sire. Experience shall no doubt be worthwhile, but no, it is but an interlude in your play of fate. Any Plume in such a place would be without meaning. Alright. Okay. Optional battle. I'm a not Saruki? Looks like a run-on sentence with no spaces. I'm guessing that's... Jesus, that sells for... Where did I get that? It sells for 50... Jeez, wow, okay. I'm not gonna get the character that uses katanas till the next playthrough, but regardless. I'm just going through and selling anything I have more than one of. I may have already done this. Seems like I must have already done this. Here we go. Actually, I rather like this music. This music is not anything I recognize from the first game, but it's solid. I like it. I've got several of these Omni checks too, so like these individual status checks feel like I can just sell them all, really? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. Definitely don't need more than one of these. That. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and remove all this stuff. Something I like to experiment with is like seeing if because it's no fun if you get like a, you know, like let's say I have like, let's say the best gauntlets I have are the Valiant gauntlets or whatever, and I have 4 of those and I just give them to everybody. Like, to me, that's really boring. I would rather have, you know, one of each of 4 different sets of a given like armor piece, and have to distribute them between like 4 different characters. Even on this playthrough where I'm just raffle stomping everything, I like to have that sort of nuance. Right, yeah. That's interesting. So capacity points seem to be inherited from the previous playthrough. Or wait, no. No, these two... Okay, okay, never mind. I thought the capacity points for these guys reset, and then I looked at these guys and it made more sense. I was like, oh no, they have more. They didn't reset. They just didn't get nearly as many as Wilford did. So levels reset, capacity points don't. Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna try and challenge myself a little bit by always using the guest characters all the ones I currently have with me in every battle. Because I can't control their equipment, so it will make me have a slightly less, you know, brainless time than I would otherwise have. Yeah, I actually read that like the Seraphic Gate is like a completely fresh thing. It's kind of weird. But I assume you have access to everything into the Seraphic Gate. You just have to get it all again. Do I have that sort of right? I also heard that the Seraphic Gate is kind of like the item world in Disgaea, and that's weird. Maybe it was you that told me that. Yeah, I read that. You had me worried, Darius. What kept you? Some complications along the way? All that matters is that you and the supplies reached us safely. I'm sure you're tired, but you must know the commander. You must know the commander before you rest. Okay. I'm afraid I'm in no mood for pleasantries. Red Natalia. Be pleasant. Ooh. Your best first impression, old boy. Apologies, my lady. Darius of Vilnor, as it please you. The last we meet, Ernest speaks quite highly of you. Natalia, at your mercy? What a weird introduction. I understand you lead an accomplished band of mercenaries. Able hands are always welcome here. You, young man, you are in their number? Yeah. So I guess in the C playthrough, you're counter-revolutionary. Here, you're mercenaries that just happen to sort of, well, I guess that remains to be seen. And I'm guessing in the A playthrough, you join in the Glorious Revolution. Hopefully. Or at least that's how it's going to be in my game. I'm doing the chapter 1, chapter 2 split paths like that. They arrived not a moment too soon. I love how somebody, like, you know, smacks a glass with a fork. Or not a glass, what am I saying? Smacks a... just thinking of a toast. Because it kind of sounded like a really, like, you know, detuned, like, pitch-lowered toast sound. Oh no, it sounds like somebody's hitting a bell with a fork. Men of fortune, lend us your swords. Fully approaches, form your lines, prepare for battle. Shield roll! Oh! It begins. Interesting. Seems like it's randomized. I bet you the shop inventories and their prices are randomized, just like the dungeon allegedly is, from what I've heard. Right. Well, the way I've laid it out, I've saved all the characters that I think I'm gonna like the most. well, almost all of them, for the A playthrough. If it's going to be difficult, and I'm going to try and make it difficult on myself, I at least want to be using characters I like. Okay. Engage. This is almost the exact same battle as last time. It definitely looks like the same battle. A different context. I recognize this map. Okay. Not quite. Fuck. I can't attack from... That's so weird. Like, it's very untactical RPG of this game for there to be an invisible wall here. And, like, even for... I mean, forget moving. Like, I can't even attack any of those dudes down there. Even though Chiripa has a fucking bow. Like, I just find that so weird.
To battle!
Except this about the fourth wall. Well, I look forward to it. So long as it ends. And I've heard comparisons to the item world in Disgaea. I don't want that. I don't want something that's like a... just... you know... I would like something that's discrete and has a beginning, middle, and end, hopefully.
No! This can't be!
Not bad if I do say so myself.
Ooh, Elemental Edge. I recognize that. Okay, that's cool. I can get behind that.
All I see belongs to me.
I still remember the constant like replaythroughs of the Seraphic Gate in VP1 where like you would get the little notes from the developers and they were like, no, really, you can stop beating the Seraphic Gate anytime now. There's no more rewards after this. And then finally you get like the Angel Slayer or wherever it is.
Yeah!
I've got something for you. Finishing strike! Reign of terror! How do you...
Suffer my pain! Finishing strike!
Whoops. What did I do? Oops. Wrong button.
Grim vengeance! How does it feel?
The veil grows dark.
For you, Father.
That's right, he stopped saying for you, Father, and started saying, like, a life wasted. What a wretch. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, it's kind of like the... I mean, everything you're describing sounds a lot like the VP1 Seraphic Gate. You'd get Freya, Brahms, and Lizard Valeth, but you wouldn't get, like, Freya's... Well, at least for Freya and Brahms, like, you didn't... you found their best weapons elsewhere. I wouldn't even call that. I mean, I guess you could. It's more just like fucking just miserable and depressed Will. Or miserably depressing Will, I should say. Obviously, he wasn't depressed. He was just a maniac.
Let the games begin.
I still need to play Drakengard. I started to play, I think, the first one, and I couldn't quite get into it, but I could definitely tell it was going down a very Yoko Taro-like road.
Not bad if I do say so myself.
Away with you! Ha! Ha! Gah! Ha!
Shouldn't have done that.
Ah!
And now I have to get
For
like
you.
max in for every
Father.
other fight. I don't think I'm gonna make the double quota now. Oh, I might. Maybe. Actually, no, I don't think I will.
Hey-ya!
Don't spoil a Yoko Taro game for me, dude. You didn't really spoil it, because I think I read a plot summary a long time ago and was like, God damn, this is horrific, but I'd forgotten most of it. All I remember is, like, I might not have played Drakengard 1, I might have played one of the other ones. And I didn't get very far in it. But I remember you were playing as there was a female lead, and then she had like a derpy dragon sidekick that she would like bully for like because it would like wet itself sometimes. And I was just like, oh my god, this is hardcore abuse we're seeing here. Okay, Drakengard 3. Okay, yeah, that's the one I played then. I don't remember what it was about the battle system. The battle system just felt weird to me. Like, I couldn't really get into it as much as I wanted to. And like the sort of character growth system, I think, was a little weird.
All I am able to do, I shall.
I can't remember if I've seen her.
Once an assassin, always an assassin. Finishing strike!
Oh yeah, I don't think I have. Or maybe I have.
Beaming barrage!
Oh yeah, no, I definitely haven't seen this yet.
There goes another one.
Very nice.
I guess this is goodbye. What did you expect?
Oh, actually, I might be able to hit the double quota. I've got a little... I got like 400 sims and change. And if I fully overkill all 3 of the remaining enemies, I'll barely hit the double quota. Doesn't really matter, because I've already got the items, but, you know. I was trying to think. I had an idea of what I wanted to play after this. I know I need to do some. I want to do. After I finish this game, I'm definitely gonna be doing a music stream because I'm actually. I was supposed to do one after Dark Souls, but I wasn't ready because of the move. But I am overdue for one. I've also got a little project I'm working on that I was thinking about streaming some of. I also wanted to do a thing, and I'll probably have to announce this on Discord in order to get people to show up, but like, I have a sound alerts thing that I'm working on, and I was thinking about doing a stream where like, I invite, you know, everybody in the Discord and people pick out the sounds to use for the sound alerts. Because I've got like, I'm a musician, so I have like, and between that and, you know, various samples, sound effects, things like that, and also just like recordings and whatnot, I've got like, see how big is this fucking folder? I have 59.6 gigs of audio files, 79,662 individual files. A significant chunk of that is actually sound effect rips that I've done from video games. I've got sound effects from, see, Chrono Cross, Dead Space, Donkey Kong Country 1, 2, and 3. Some Pokemon cries, Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 10, Metroid Prime 1 and 2, fucking Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, GoldenEye, Legion of Gaia, Legend of Legaia, Ocarina of Time, more Pokemon sound effects. Some of them are from ROM hacks, and some of them are from the original games. Link to the Past, Super Metroid, Turok Dinosaur Hunter, and Dr. Profile 1. Plus like a bajillion other things I've made myself. It just seems like an appropriate thing for me to have sound alerts on my channel, but I've got so many sounds, like I would have no idea what to pick. It's not music. That's not my music. That's this is what I just mentioned is strictly sound effects. And my stuff for making music literally has its own like volume on my PC. And you know, my music is where it usually is for most people on the C drive. How much music do I have? I didn't even bother moving all my music over to my PC. For a while, I only had like a MacBook Pro. And then I built a PC, but I don't think I ever really moved all my music over to it. Let's see, music. Still adding up here. It's a lot fewer files. You know, 59.6 gigs for over 70,000 files. Most of those files are, you know, have a duration of like 1 or 2 seconds or less. So they'd be appropriate for sound alerts. My music folder, it's still counting. Okay, 261 gigs, 20,000 files. 20,426. So still a lot, and definitely a lot more disk space, but only about, you know, oh god, I don't even know, what is that, like, say like 3/8 as many files? Anyway. Yeah, no, the 56 gigs, 70-something thousand files, all of that is sound effects, sound libraries, audio rips, recordings, and various other crap. But, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, that's why there's, you know, that's why it's only, quote-unquote, 59 gigs for that many files. They are mostly WAV files, though, so that also makes them a decent amount bigger. Yeah. I've been doing music, like, way longer than I've been doing streaming. And I actually, part of the reason I, like, got serious about streaming on Twitch is because I wanted to use it as another platform for music, and I kind of like got into doing like improvised stuff, where it's like I just stream stuff live, because I'm very invested in it and it's a creative process, it's also very draining, so it's not something I can do super often. You know, and not have people show up for it. There's very little that's more like mentally and emotionally draining than doing an 8 to, like the longest one I ever did was 17 hours. An 8 to 17 hour stream of music with only like an average of like 2 people in the chat. But when people do show up, it's like like I react to it, and like you know, I'll change direction with whatever I'm doing, and it actually makes the stream better. Yeah, I was been making music since I was 18, and I'm 34 now, and that's definitely That's far more my thing than streaming video games. So it seems appropriate for me to have sound alerts. It's just I wouldn't even know which sounds to make alerts out of. So I was, you know, the TLDR is I was gonna try and set something up where viewers pick that out. Kind of an awkward position here. Yeah. I mean, part of it is that, like, once I stopped, like, you know, I think there's... Away with you. Real quick. Yeah, so there's links to, like, my SoundCloud, and there... This is text-to-speech shit. Oh, it's the sound alerts thing. Yeah, I added it here. There used to be links to the labels I used to be on. But, yeah. And I told, like, you know, if everybody that follows me on SoundCloud came over and followed me on Twitch, and, like, you know, 1/10 of those people showed up to every stream, I'd be Twitch partner by now. I actually, like, told people on, like, my social media that, but, like, it had maybe 0.01% of the impact that I hoped it would. Not at all the same audience, sadly. Let's escape out of this.
Firestorm.
Thank you. I hope you like it. It's it is an acquired taste, though. I don't, you know, I'm kind of my own worst enemy in that, like, I have, like, I mean, hopefully this doesn't come off as, like, not... Narcissistic's not the right word, but it's the only one I can think of. But I'm just very, like, hyper aware of it. I've always kind of, like, just made the stuff that I want to hear. Like, I don't, you know, most people that like it say, you know, I do, if nothing else, people will tell me that it's, you know, quote, unique. And I've always just made the stuff that I like to hear, and I've made, like, zero effort to make it, like, accessible. And, well, okay, I've made some effort in the past, and over time I've just made less and less and less of an effort, and just gotten more and more sort of extreme and experimental with it. Case in point, like, I used to put out albums on, like, net labels and such. I got some stuff on, like, Bandcamp and a couple other places. Like, actual albums, like, I would, like, they're mastered, and they have, like, album art and stuff like that. And, but honestly, like, over time, especially doing it for so many years for free, over time, that kind of got old and felt constraining in its own way, so I just abandoned that altogether, and now, like, everything new that I make is actually here on Twitch, and it's, like, 100%, well, 95% improvised. And it's, like, extremely long format, and it's just, like, these multi-hour long, just sort of improv sessions of me just doing shit. And I like doing that a lot more, but it's even less accessible than it already was.
Get this over with.
Yeah. Yeah, I know it's unnarcissistic. It's more just like I mean, I've been doing it for a very, very long time, so I've had a lot of opportunities to think about it.
Suffer my pain. Finishing strike. Grim vengeance. How does it feel?
Oh, whoops.
Real tough. How did that strike you? How long am I to babysit this runt?
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, I really like what I make, but, you know, you can make something and think it's like, you know, you can make art that, like, that you know, and like give yourself chills with it, you know. And people might think that that's like arrogant or sort of self-involved or whatever, but like it doesn't really do anything for you. Like other people's opinions do matter to an extent, not just for validation either, but like you want to, you know, or like my wife actually gave me probably the best piece of constructive criticism that I had ever had before and have ever had since. And it was back in like, we were like in our mid-20s, I think, by that point. And god damn it, I'm frozen, really. And he was like, your songs are too busy and you try and do too many things at once, or you try and cram too many ideas into. And so my response to that was I just made longer songs. Even before I started doing like Twitch streaming, like my songs were getting up to like, you know, like 8 minutes minimum. Some of them got up to like 13, 14 minutes. And that really like, it felt right to me, because like honestly, you know, even growing up, like, and hearing songs that I really liked, you know, you ever been listening to some music and this really fucking sick part that you like just absolutely adore and rock out to, but it only lasts for like 10 seconds, and like the rest of the song is good, but like that one part is like just so good, and like, you know, fucking, you know, you listen to it in the car and like you're reaching over and rewinding it over and over. Back in the day when you had to reach over to do that, or rewinding on like whatever, like you're just listening to it over and over and you're like, damn it, I wish it like went on longer. Like, why does it only last that long? And that's kind of like something that I guess I kind of ran with. I can't attack that asshole because of the fucking tombstone blocking my way, of course.
Nothing like the smell of fear.
Oh yeah, no, that's always. I can think of many things like that. Yeah. But over time, I've just gotten into, because I got older, the music I was into got more and more, quote, repetitive. But I liked it more because, like, if you like actually listen to it, it's not really repetitive, but it's sort of self-similar, but they're like, you know, the musician or the band is playing with ideas and developing them in different ways over time. I guess progressive, I guess, would be the word for it. And I just liked that because, you know, if it was, you know, if you liked the song to begin with, then it was just like you just got to kind of revel in that, you know, whatever was awesome about it for however long it lasted. Here, what, the
For you.
Hurricane Eye of the Storm Hurricane
Father.
thing? I hear that in all sorts of stuff, but that's probably because of the kind of music I gravitate towards too. Not a majority, it's just I'm aware of what is out there, so it doesn't feel like there's a shortage of it really. But I mean, I listen to a lot of I hate it when people say they listen to everything, because 9 times out of 10 they don't. But I do have a pretty, like, I like to think I have a pretty diverse palette. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, feel free to give an example.
Know thy enemy and never question it.
I mean, no, I'm not gonna listen to it right now because I'm in the middle of streaming, but like if you, I've heard of a lot of stuff, so if you, there's like a 50% chance that if you just name something, I'll have heard it. I mean, you can link it. I'm just saying, I've probably listen to it for a bit. Damn, Tarifa. Oh man. Voice actor had some
Not
fun with
bad
that
if
one.
I do say so myself.
Just made it by 4 points. Nice. Anything you require me? Yeah. It's the same thing every time. Switchfoot 30-second ad. Don't recognize the first one. Do recognize the second one. Kidney. Trying to make sure I'm not mixing. I know I've heard them before, but I also there's another band in the same genre that has like a similar-ish name, or it's similar in my brain. Okay, no, this is who I'm thinking of. Yeah, female vocalist. Yeah. Kidney. That brings back memories. Switchfoot also sounds familiar, but I know I'm just thinking of another, like, any number of other bands that have, or artists that have names that start with the word switch. And the example that's coming to my brain, and this is just because it's been on my mind for, like, one of my favorite bands, like of all time, and I say that as somebody that, like, if anybody says, "What's your favorite X, Y, or Z?" I almost never have an answer for them. But one of my probably, definitely my favorite band that involves like guitars, a drum set, and a vocalist. Is Meshuggah. I actually just saw them live recently, and their album Catch 33 is probably one of my like biggest inspirations ever since I heard it like 13 years ago. And halfway through that album, there's like well, actually, not even halfway through. There's two interludes in the album where everything just drops out and is very quiet and minimal for a while before the next section of just like, you know, before the next face-melting metal hurricane. Yeah, it's an interesting album even among fans of the band because it's not it's a concept album and it's not broken up into songs. It's basically one long 47-minute song, but they split it up into pieces at pseudo-arbitrary points. But it's like a continuous piece of music, or it's best listened to in that way. Very few of the tracks like stand out on their own. But you could kind of split it up into 4 movements, so to speak. And like I was talking about earlier, there's a lot of repetition and a lot of like development of different ideas. And if you play guitar or you're a musician, there's a lot of like intricacies and sort of hidden goodies to kind of sink your teeth into with it. But yeah, it has several examples throughout that 47 minutes of Hurricane. Catch 33. Type it out for you. It's spelled out, but you'll find it either way, searching the number or the word. Yeah, it's one of those albums that, like, it's just, for me anyway, it never gets old. You know, sometimes, like, you'll binge an album and then, like, you only come back to it, like, once in a blue moon, and it's like, oh, I haven't heard this in a while. This is like, I'll binge it, like, multiple times in a year, and I just keep coming back to it, and it's like, it's never not awesome for me. Plus, it was released in 2005, and it has not aged even a little bit. Like, production value-wise. Yeah, definitely set aside the full 47 minutes, because it's not one of those things that you want to skip around on. I was introduced to the band at, like, the perfect time. I remember it was actually freshman year of college, and it was during finals. And while I was working on my finals, like, my this dude next door to me in my dorm was like, hey, check these guys out, and I think either gave me the CD or just told me who it was, and I don't know, I guess I downloaded it on iTunes or whatever, and I just listened to the full album all the way through, like, non-stop as I was working on my shit, and it was just like, I wasn't even medicated back then, and it was just like pure, like, fucking, it was like rocket fuel in terms of, like, helping me focus, but it was also just, like, kind of mind-blowing. But yeah, I firmly believe you'll cheat yourself if you don't, like, make time to just listen to it all the way through. But I'm also a fanboy, and I'll gush about that album for hours, honestly, if you let me. Ghosts. Swedish rock band? Is that what you're talking about? I just googled them, I never heard of them before. Also, that's a dangerous name for a band. It's very simple. It's like, it could lead to you being hard to search for. All the best shit involving 2 guitars, a vocalist, a bass, and a drum set, all the best stuff of that nature comes out of Sweden. Honestly, like, video game soundtracks for some of my, like, earliest musical inspirations, so even if you aren't into a lot of the more underground, crazy, bizarre shit that I like, like there'll be a connection on that level, because that was honestly some of the first music that like I ever really got into and that inspired me was video game music. And I have had people, not everybody, but there have been people that have been like, shit, your stuff should be on a video game soundtrack. And I'm like, I know, but I can't sell myself worth shit. I definitely see the Satanic Pope. Google seems to think it's a rock band and not a metal band. But, you know, whatever. Fuck Google. We're into satanic stuff. There's also some shit that I could share with you there. Music's one of those topics where once someone gets me started on it in the Twitch chat, the video game that I'm playing gets about 40 to 50% of my focus. So anybody that's lurking and uninvested in the music conversation, I apologize, but you know, deal with it basically, but in a nicer way. Interesting. Probably not. What number is that? Probably not 100,000%. Like, you can probably tell me what the genre is. I'm gonna go ahead and knock out this optional battle. But I didn't even look at the films that I may or may not have. Okay, gotcha. Vanillaware, the storytellers behind Odin Sphere, and I've heard of Odin Sphere. Dragon Crown. Wait, have I? Wouldn't share the game that I think it is. Anyway, 13 intertwining stories, goddamn. Battle the kaiju in a fast-paced top-down combat. Okay, that almost sounds like it could be a fucking it almost evokes images of like Dota. Interesting. Oh, this looks very familiar. This is in the first playthrough too. Oh shit.
In my father's name.
Yeah. Yeah, my first video game that I ever actually owned was Donkey Kong Country for the Super Nintendo. I mean, that game's music is still awesome to this day, and it was like both, in my opinion, it was both like technically and artistically ahead of its time. Artistically ahead of its time in terms of like the intricacy and the evocativeness uniqueness of the music for a video game, and technically because of just how good it sounded.
That's the end of that.
Yeah, there's some things like... You should have seen me when I was playing the Final Fantasy VII Remake a year ago. Like, I got like... I was just going crazy the entire time because what they did in the music for that game with the remixes and they weren't even really remixes, they were like just full-on like covers of themselves. The songs from the original game. It was just so good. And it was like so nostalgic but so like just awesome on its own at the same time.
Yeah. Ha.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't counterattack. Shit. No sin on this map, so I can just kill things. Of course, since you've played the Dragon Guard series, I'm assuming you played both Nier games as well, and just the music from those games just has actually made me cry before.
Always the
It's just so good. I've spent time like work hours, like time at work, like just listening to yeah, they had actual concerts for that game's soundtrack, and I would like sometimes at work I'll listen to them, and then it'll just be too much and I'll be like, oh man, why did I this is not like, you know, this is not music to do busy work to. I love that. I love that when I haven't read all of what you said yet, but just I need to pause halfway through reading it to get this out. Like, you know how to me, like in games, there's two different kinds of boss themes or like boss fight music, and those are things like the boss music in Final Fantasy VII, you know, just for one example, like, you know, that kind of like pumping, energizing, like, yeah, we're gonna kick this boss's ass, like kind of music. It's just like pumping, it's energizing, it's exciting, and that music's good. But like to me, the best boss music is the boss music that's like intimidating and makes you feel like, oh shit, I'm boned. It just has that sound to it. And for me, one of the best examples of that is actually the boss music in Final Fantasy IX. I don't think that song gets nearly enough love. That track is intense.
Let's get this over
Yeah.
with.
Well, there works. I mean, I'm not, you know, as, you know, I like to think of myself as an artist as well, and with that in mind, like, I firmly believe his games are like legitimate works of art. I mean, they're just they're so much more than. I mean, yes, a lot of creative energy goes into video games, no matter what they are. But that creative energy is often more of a design creativity than an art creativity. And like Yoko Taro's games are about, you know, at best they are 50% for entertainment purposes at best. And to be honest, like, you know, I think part of why I stopped playing Dragon Guard 3 is because I was just like, I'm not mentally in the place where I can play this game. Because like it puts you in control of characters that are just, and you know, puts you in control of characters and scenarios that are just,
Father.
you, if you're a mentally healthy person anyway, just do not relate to, and you feel awful because it puts you in situations where you have to do things that you, like, plot-wise, you would not normally want to do, and it really sucks. And it just, the fact that it's a video game and that it's interactive makes it so much more like affecting than if it was a book or a movie or a TV show. And to me, that's really, really cool. Yeah. I think mostly it's boomers and Republicans that still are doing that, but I would say that society as a whole has probably moved past the whole toys thing, but and arrived at the not much better category of commodities. They are definitely cash cows, and certain gamers are definitely, you know, sort of prized whales for hunting.
I never miss.
I hope not. You're literally giving yourself a dash boost. I hope you don't miss with it. I think this music is, it's weird hearing this music in battle, because I remember it's from, in VP1 this music was what played in every dungeon after you beat the boss, and, you know, basically made safe the dungeon. So it's weird to hear it as battle music. Yeah, comics is another thing that, like, me personally, I just never have been into comics, but I fully acknowledge that they are. That doesn't stop me from acknowledging that they are, or at the very least can be, works of art. I just wouldn't have any personal experience with it because I've literally never been a comic person. But I do appreciate a lot of things that have come from comics. I know the Darksiders series, I love that series. And it came from comics, I think. And that's strictly a personal thing of mine, just comics just don't do it for me.
I never miss.
In my father's name.
Firestorm!
Yeah, I mean, there's some decent sitcoms out there.
I long for the peace of
Usually there's something special about them that makes them a little bit more than that. Like potato chips. That's such a simple but great and effective and true analogy. Speaking as someone that eats potato chips and is immediately aware of their addictive nature as soon as I put the first one in my mouth. Yeah. Comedy's really gone downhill. Like, comedy... I think the 2000s was around the time when comedy stopped being, like, ahead of the curve. Like, in terms of social progress. There's not a single comedian these days that I can stand whatsoever. They're all awful. Or at the very least, like, just bland and milquetoast. Actually, hold on, I take that back. There's a couple of exceptions, but like none of them are stand-up comics. At least not that are active anymore. I really I wish he was or they. I think they actually anybody that's in the know, like, I apologize, but I think Eddie Izzard is now Edie Izzard, and they've officially, like, sort of come out as transgender, not just transvestite, but regardless, I've always loved them and still love them, but I don't think they perform anymore. The only other thing I can kind of stand is like that's like mainstream is like John Oliver, Last Week Tonight, that kind of thing. Still not like where I'd like wish he was like politically with his comedy, but like he comes really close. Sometimes I have to wonder if he's not just limited in what he can say. I bought their most recent special, and I think it was probably the last one that they were ever going to do, and they were speaking with a different voice. Like, it was more feminine, and I heard someone say Edie Izzard, and so But I think also I read in an interview that they kind of like flip-flop, and they're, I guess, gender fluid would be the correct thing. I don't get out nearly enough to be. I'm respectful of all that stuff, but sometimes I don't get it right because I don't have enough of a social life. But yeah. Yeah, Izzard's fucking fantastic. You know, Carlin was good back in the day. Not all of Carlin has aged well, in my opinion. There's some... I feel like, you know, in the 2000s, like, nobody gave it a second thought, but, like, in politics today, you can look at how, like... You can listen to some George Carlin and be like... And, like, actually pick out the pieces that, like, left-leaning people are gonna latch onto, and then the parts that right-leaning people are gonna latch onto. And with the right-leaning people, you know that they're just tuning everything else out. What who doesn't get nearly enough attention, and it's because tragically he went before his time, is Bill Hicks. Bill Hicks, you know, Carlin was like 50 years older than Hicks when, or not 50, like 40 years older than Hicks was when Hicks died, and also outlived him chronologically by like, a decade, I think. But even at like the height of his political comedy, like Carlin wasn't like hitting the notes as well as Hicks was. Some of Hicks has aged very poorly too, but Hicks was also like dead by 1994 or so. I think it was 94. And what he was doing at the time was more politically fucking awesome than what Carlin was doing like 10 years later. So. Sorry, I'm distracted as fuck. Yeah, there's like with John Oliver, there's times where like I'm listening to him and I'm like, oh man, like he's so close. He's like right on the edge of saying something that HBO could probably fire him for, or that would cause like actual controversy. Like he is right on the edge. He's describing it in every possible way without actually calling out the things by name, you know. And yeah, it's pretty intense. And you know, for somebody that's on HBO and has like that level of mainstream visibility, he has, I can count on one hand the number of times where he's had a take that was bad enough for me to be like, or contrary to what I believe enough to where I was like, I'm not watching the rest of this one. And that's impressive for somebody that's like that, like I said, that level of mainstream. That also could be because he, to whatever extent, avoids talking about things he doesn't know about or understand, which is of course in its own way to be respected, especially with like the number of people that are just yapping on about shit that they have like done zero fucking research on whatsoever beyond what they learned in high school history and what they see on the news. Yeah. Yeah. Not having, like, something that hasn't aged well, like, the state of not having aged well is not disqualifying by itself, really. Especially if the person that created whatever it is, like, dead, you know? Yeah, I always consider things within context, and it's like, you know, But I also understand that people hearing it for the first time that didn't hear it back when it was current are going to have a different reaction, and that's totally fair. Not Master Wilfred, others can neither see nor hear me in this form. Just sharpening my blade. I should stop and read this. As well you should. You wielded it ably this afternoon. Are we to wield blades for the rebels henceforth? Fuck yeah. You must listen to me very carefully. You recall the commander you met today? I do. Good. I must charge you with a task of vital importance. Go on. That woman, Natalia, you are to kill her. Oh, man. I don't wanna... Oh. Mustn't ask why, I merely know that these are our orders. Okay. What treachery is this, Darius? Yeah. Also, give that dude a comb, please. I love how, like, perfectly coiffed this guy is, and the other guy's just, like, fucking, you know, a blonde John Smith. Wow. A blonde Robert Smith. Ernest, you were eavesdropping. Came to reminisce of days gone by with an old friend, only to uncover him plotting a cowardly assassination. Oof, called the fuck out. No, I am helpless to stop it, Ernest. The orders come from Lord Gondar. Oh shit, we're in the employ of fucking Gondar, of all people. Same Lord Gondar who sent me here to win the rebels' trust. It makes no sense. Why would he all of a sudden wish Lady Natalia dead? Because she's a revolutionary, and people with power tend to want revolutionaries dead. I beg you, forget what you have heard here this night. I must carry out my orders at all costs. You stop at nothing to redeem your lowly name. My lowly name? Broken haste. I take it back. Oh, shit. Dude, this music is intense. Holy fuck. Spoken words cannot be erased, old friend. How your aristocratic sensibilities must regret befriending one of a birth less noble. It's kind of funny, because he's the one that looks all aristocratic, and the other guy looks far less so. Interesting to see that it's not like that. Misunderstand, I care nothing of birthrights. It is for her virtue that I prize Lady Natalia, if only you knew. Enough. I needn't know anything, I shall settle matters myself. I don't want to kill Natalia. Use your blade, Darius. Hand aside. I know you better than anyone else. You aren't a murderer. Or nothing. How could the Highborn know of my lot? Is that hair or a scar across his face? Because it honestly looks like it could be either. This is madness. Hand me, Ernest. Damn it, let go of me. Why would you tell someone that you're about to kill with a sword to let go of you? That's not... You know, do as you're told and let go of me so that I can kill you. Oh, there it is. Ung. I didn't... Ellipses! Got it, okay. Darius, you are no murderer. Oh, buddy. Ellipses! There's a lot fewer ellipses in this story path. Every time Gwendol kicks somebody's dead body, it sounds like he's like kicking a cheap bass drum. Took care of him. Took care o' him, you did, Captain. Didn't think you had it in you. Hurry and kill that woman before she catches wind of this. I don't want to kill Natalia. No, not indeed. Outdeed. Captain, wait. Oh, Wilfred's objecting. There's no time. Wilfred, come along. That is an order. Okay, so path B is going to be the conflicted will. That's... I don't know why I didn't think of that. It's incredibly obvious and fitting, but I thought it was just going to be kind of a more bland on the fence kind of plot, but it's more like he's, rather than being on the fence, he's like equally superimposed on two sides. That makes any sense. Also, that music was, like I said, that music was intense. Yeah, at first, when I first saw him, I was like, damn, that's either a really good looking dude or like they've given a like stereotypically male name to a female character, which, you know, stranger things have happened, but you know. Go to Natalia. Wow. Not ominous at all. I think shop inventory, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like shop inventories only update every chapter. I think, well, maybe there's exceptions. I feel like there was an exception to that in one of the later chapters, but it's just hard to tell when hard to predict when the inventories update without, like, going and checking. Ah, shit. I just realized something. I might have to Plume Tarifa or Loxwell again, which I really don't want to do because it's a waste, but I don't think Darius is going to be a guest before Chapter 2 ends. We're gonna stop being a guest. That sucks. I should not have plumed both Loxwell and Tarifa in the first playthrough. Some of me. Fuck. Yeah, because if I don't plume somebody this chapter, I'm going to start down the A path. I think, and then I won't get Lieselot. I'll get the dude from the Chapter 3A, and then I'll get him again in the next playthrough. Yeah, I mean, I knew that. I just, like, I don't have it, like, plotted out in my head effectively yet. Because, yeah, if I wait until next chapter to plume somebody, I'm gonna get, I don't know when the story path updates. So, like, I think the path that you're on locks in at the beginning of each chapter. So if I don't plume anybody until the beginning of chapter 3, then I'm still going to be on the A path until after chapter 3. And there's no way to get from the B path to the A path. So I'll basically never get to play with Lieselot. Or... I hate saying her name because I feel like if I could just pronounce it correctly, it would, you know, sound better. Yeah, it's... Well, let me see, Lieselot's a sorcerer, and the two people I'm getting at the end of Path B are other things. Valmar and Fiona. Valmar's an archer and Fiona's a warrioress? Fuck. God damn it. What a word. Okay, so a warrior is another greatsword. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what I'm going to do. It's more just along the lines of I'm trying to decide which one I should plume based on, like, what other characters I'm going to get later. But, yeah. Alright. And so question about the Seraphic Gate. I know it's not connected to your main playthrough, but, like, does that, like, what does that mean exactly? Like, literally nothing carries over? Like, not even, you know, I've heard that you get to recruit the characters, you know, you get to recruit all your characters again, but, like, you know, will they, you know, is everything reset? Do they even have the same tactics or, you know, capacity point slots or whatever? Yeah, but No, I'm actually gonna do Tarifa because I wanna. Thus far, the archers in this game, in my opinion, have been underwhelming, but I do rather enjoy having 2 casters, where possible. And I didn't get to have that last playthrough, so I'm going for it this time. Came as soon as I heard you had urgent word. Is Ernest not with you? Ernest is not coming. Let me get the mouse out of the way. What the captain here means to say is, he's dead. 'Twas a sickening sight, if e'er I saw one. My gods, what happened? Captain here killed him in cold blood. You should have seen the gush of red that came out of that pot. Jesus, this guy's sick. Here I was thinking he was like, you know, a family friend or somebody Wilfred knew just because they were fighting in the prologue battle. Fighting alongside each other. You've turned against us now, is that it? We were never with you. Well, shit. Came to us as allies bearing provisions to help free us from Artilian oppression. We trusted you. Ugh. Oh, Wilfred, stop that. This is Path B, not Path C. Fuck. And you'll have my wrath. Draw your weapons. Oh, man. It was rough seeing Natalia executed in the last playthrough, but now we gotta do it ourselves. Like, that sucks. Oh, so if there's anyone you didn't recruit, you don't get them in the gate? I mean, like, stuff that even carries, like, you know, certain things carry over with New Game Plus. Like, you know, your, I get that you're, so I'm not talking about Plume skills, but I'm talking about, like tactics and techniques. Like, you know, I can teach all my characters like all these tactics and techniques, and when I get to the Seraphic Gate, they've lost all of them. That's pretty crazy. But I'm waiting to pass judgment until I see the Seraphic Gate and what it's like. Gotcha. Yeah, there's a lot less info on this game online, because obviously it wasn't as popular as the first Valkyrie profile. trying to find this fight in the walkthrough. Okay, here we go. Okay, so the only thing I need to do here is defeat Natalia to finish the battle, so I'm actually going to try and end this quickly. I forgot I need to plume her. Fuck.
Don't make this difficult.
I did get the Angel Slayer in the sea ending, but like I didn't really notice anything particularly special about it.
Yeah.
Lightning bolt.
Okay. Very, very interesting.
Lightning bolt.
I don't know. I'm sure a lot of people don't like that, but
Reflect sorcery.
yeah, I do wonder why they did that. Just because, like, you know, yeah, the Seraphic Gate's supposed to be a challenge, but like, you know, they could have just scaled enemy power and abilities and immunities and resistances and all that to account for the fact that you've got all these plume skills.
Fellow battlefield, unto me thy power yield!
Something is happening to me.
Oh, nice, and we paralyzed everyone too.
Oh, don't
Well,
make
yeah,
this
no, I
difficult.
don't know why there would be a sin gauge in it.
Once an assassin, always an assassin. Finishing strike! Beaming barrage!
Well, I'm assuming you get art of tomes and codexes and
There
stuff
goes
to
another
teach
one.
characters stuff. You just, I guess, can't learn the plume skills.
For it to end
Or
like
if you,
this.
or if you can, there's some other means of doing it.
That's the end of that.
Honesty belongs to me. There will be treasure where you're going.
The reason I'm rushing through this battle is because I really don't like that I'm having to kill Natalia. And also I've got to plume somebody, so it's not even going to be like that interesting of a fight. It's just going to be kind of like, you know, almost campy in the level of and how easy it is. Oh no, I'm poisoned. Worst day of my life.
My father's name.
What did you expect?
All I am able to do.
Oh, I'm double a quota. Okay, let's just get this over with.
Let the games begin.
Damn. Oh, that was hardcore.
That's the end of that.
Yay. Unfortunately, now things are going to be a sausage fest until we get Lieselot. What's happening? My body, it won't move. Rifa, tell me, child, what is it? I think I'm dying. Father, help me. Oh wow, she's actually aware of it. Like so many, there have been so many characters that have just been like, "Oh, I'm getting sleepy. I'm going to bed now." Yeah. I don't remember seeing that. I think I killed her father first last time, so the scene was different. No. Even though I only have to plume one character in this playthrough, this still feels bad because I'm not pluming those rotten kids. And I'm also not getting a skill for it, and I'm also not pluming the character I wanted to kill. Persistent wench, this one, wasn't she? You don't talk to her like that. Yeah, ellipses. Ellipses is correct, but only partially. Ellipses, yes, but also, fuck you, guy. I really wanted to plume Darius. You know, what with him... Especially what with him now having, you know... the female version of Che Guevara's blood on his hands. Really, I didn't actually even know one way or the other. Whoa. Let me die, let it be done. Spilt the blood of the only friend I've ever known. Not live with what I have done, who I have become. Oh, buddy. Well, I mean, yeah, ellipses. Not making sense. That's how you felt. Why didn't you just ignore orders? There is no why. Orders are absolute. You cannot choose which to obey and what. Oh, please. Yeah, this is the kind of brain rot you can expect from living under monarchy, kids. Why the assassination in the first place? Yeah, why couldn't you have assassinated the fucking monarch? You know, put Lizzie in the box, so to speak. It was to appear the work of Artulia's men and rattle the legs out from under the Artulian throne amid the Ascension dispute. An underhanded end to the serf rebellion will fan flames of outrage in the peasantry and elicit cries of oppression. Well, yeah. Oh, are you trying to say that this is like a good thing for the revolution because you've taken on some like batshit adventurist accelerationist approach? Is that it? You know why accelerationism doesn't work? It's because all the people that you're trying to benefit ultimately via accelerationism, they're not going to know, they're not going to care what your intentions were. All they're going to know is that all they're going to remember is that leading up to things getting better, you actively tried to make things worse for them. So, yeah, not exactly a unifying philosophy there. So Vilnor fed rebels with one hand and stabbed them with the other. Crowns work evil men could never. Oh. Crowns work evil that men could never. Got it. I mean, that's true. Thank you for finally speaking some sense. But you can't argue with success. This I mean a knighting for you and a king's ransom for us, no doubt. Oh, man. Way to have a conscience for half a second and then just completely U-turn. The sister first knows she's dying as her brother cries. She dies and her brother has to explain who by will that she's dead while he refuses to believe it. Wow. Yeah, and I mean, I sympathize with the parts of their characters that were meant to make you, you know, feel more for them. I get that, and I do acknowledge those things, but like, they did too good of a job at making them absolutely loathsome before that point. And what you what you learn about them after that would have needed to make up for that and then some, you know. It would have needed to be like, you know, 110% in the other direction as far as like player empathizing with the character. But instead of going like 110% or more, it went like 90% at best, being generous. There's no coin. What do you mean no coin? Look at this derpy look on his face now. My orders were to silence any who witnessed what transpired here, including my own men. You were to be killed, not paid. Pay me with your limbs. Hold! What is Wilfred all of a sudden? A fucking drill sergeant? You're out as much as I am. Let him, Wilfred. It's what I deserve. Not what we deserve. I won't grant clemency so easily. You will join us to work off your debt. Oh. Oh, how lawful neutral of you. Over time you might even make amends and put this behind you. And what if he tries to put us behind him? Nor will not let live a liability, nor will its patriots believe a traitor. There's nowhere to run. Indeed, you're a keener one than I pegged you for, boy. Yeah, you adults here are like, you know, there's been a lot of adults in this story that are just like taking Will a little bit more seriously than seems realistic. Bring him along, we've work to find. Your consent, Captain. Well, at least he respects consent. It has never been mine to choose. Alright, so now we're getting more of a bland sort of centrist Wilfred as opposed to a, like, you know, there's a massive difference between being the neutral midpoint between A and B and being torn between A and B. Like, with one, you relate equally to both sides, but aren't happy with that. And with the other, you don't relate equally to both sides, and you're fine with that. I would like to see more of the latter, or the former. Look, more internal monologue. Fuck yeah, and your sins are not so easily escaped. Nor are mine. Loving the yeah. It's the C ending seems like it was almost not just intended to be like the morally bad and depressing ending, but it also seems like the writing was just worse. Like they actually put more effort into the better story paths. Might suit the master to embark for home. At least as far as Will's concerned. It seems hardly the time, Aelith. What warrants my return now? I'm afraid Sire's mother has taken ill. Her caretaker grows worried. You know this. Winds of Niflheim whisper much that cannot be seen. Feed their tidings so that you need tend only to battle. It is kind of you. I shall leave for home at once. This dialogue seems familiar. I think it's the same as the other playthrough. Well, praise the gods you've come. I've been remiss. Letter's taking a turn for the worse. Nothing I say or do can control her. Who goes there? You don't recognize me. It's you, my beloved Theodore. Okay, she's doing the same thing. How is Will gonna react to it? With an ellipses. Appropriate. But is he actually gonna go ahead and just... I'm trying to get a sense of like what dialogue is different and what isn't. You would, an eternity have I waited. Hilda, could you Give us a moment. Of course. Man. Rife with ellipses. Just a fucking, just shitting ellipses everywhere. Fyodor, you mustn't leave me. I grow terribly lonely when you're away. Promise never to leave me again, not without children to keep me company. You needn't worry. I'm here. Okay. I will, my dear. So weird. And again, we're getting more of this, sort of, whiffs of Oedipus complex. She sees neither ghost of her father. This, I recognize this dialogue. This is the same thing. Was he passed, unable to cope with the grief, mother's mind? Yeah. Locked in memories of her maidenhood, oblivious to the days since. Unbearable was her suffering. You mustn't blame her for wanting to escape. Then who is to blame for such things? Okay. This is the same. We have work ahead. Yeah. I best not. Yeah. All I recognize all this. For once, my memory isn't like potato. Hmm? Wait, what's this? Only plumed one person. Calm down, Freya. Fuck. You're troubled, sister. Also, Frey looks so weird. Passed as quickly as it came. Strange or I sense a disturbance of the force, as if 1,000 voices cried out in terror and were suddenly silenced. Something, the dark side. Rise against us once more? Dude, if only. I would love to go, like, party with Brahms right now. What it is I do not know, but the work of the undead I know it is not. Likely it shall pass, but best I keep a closer watch on Midgard to be safe. Let's hope it is nothing. Alright. Okay. Well, there is a chapter 6. Chapter 6 must be like the, sort of, quote, end game cinematic in the battle with the Valkyrie or whatever. Scars of the Heart. Holy shit, it's this music. Hail thee, King Kristoff, heir apparent to the crown of Artolia. Sure you crowned me too soon. Coronation is a mere matter of ceremony. As son of the queen consort, born duly of wedlock, the crown is your majesty's by right. Nevertheless, my father's bones are still fresh in the ground as past. This is gonna actually drive me crazy. I need to know, like, where the dialogue differences are. Well, if there is a script out there, it's basically going to require Googling, and I'm not going to do that in the middle of the stream. Majesty's mind mustn't become occupied with such morbid thoughts. I think my elder brother retains an alliance with Vilnor. Are you sure of this? You made no doubt. The Surf Rebellion was orchestrated by agents of Vilnor at Prince Langry's best class. Remember, however, that Kralmon Ferrain has promised unwavering allegiance to your majesty. Rightful heir to the throne, your majesty needn't worry about a thing. Rest assured, all will be settled in time. Got your messenger to my brother at once. This guy's name is High Council Galando. either he was not named in the prior playthrough, or he was and I just didn't notice it. Must be absolutely certain to ask whether Langry intends to usurp my reign. Oh, like he's just gonna give a straightforward answer? Oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you, game, for taking the words out of my mouth. Appreciate that. I'd rather be the naive fool who asked than the warmonger who did not. Yeah. There's benefits to both sides. I could go mad in the forest at night. Darkness aids that which lurks both in the brush and in the mind. Oof, goodness. Big stars. Firestorm! I totally read that in my head in Princess Jolanda's voice. Also known as Misty, gym leader of Cerulean City. Saved me. Couldn't let. Oh, winsome. As far as I know, she doesn't have the enchanting revolutionary politics, but she is cute. Not gonna lie. That was your doing. It's the bob haircut and the cloak and everything. And the very, I don't know, she has a very Shirley Manson look. Hard not to like that. Ordinary Lee's a lot. At your service, you may call me Lee. Oh, thank you. That's so helpful. Lisa. Fuck. Whatever. What shall I call you? I am Wilfred. I'm afraid that won't do. Far too morose and broody. No, I think I should call you Will. Okay. Alright. Not revolutionary, but charming. Sort of an heiress to Natalia's Tifa. Ellipses. Oh man, come on. Don't be fucking Squall here, buddy. Ah, that's a lovely Ooh. Goodness. Someone like mail me a dehumidifier because it's getting misty in here. Come now, be a sport, show a little gratitude. I did save your life after all. Sword is among what little remains of my father's, not for others to hold. Oh my god. But being a little like kindergartner not willing to share his toys, just let the girl hold your sword, buddy. Come on. Ingrate, what sort of excuse is that? What would remain of you if not for me? Thank you for your help, but I cannot hand you the sword. I only wanted to look at it. All the thankless, ungrateful, miserly. Yeah, right? Ellipses. Yeah. I bet that's all you gotta say. Fucking A. Will they, won't they? You know, I mean, I was waiting for some sort of love story to come in. I mean, come on. This is a JRPG. And it's not set in Evilise, so surely a love story's coming somewhere. Well, if that is the way you're going to be, that's a face. Next we meet. Dude, you're 17. You're closer to the end of puberty than the beginning of it. Like, come on. Come on. Mr. Wolford, your sword, it's gone. Okay, I take it back. She's not Aerith, she's not Tifa, she's Yuffie. Imposs. Girl no doubt took it from you. Yeah. Thank you, Eilith. Aren't you a keen observer of detail? What? Cut verse? What is that? I guess I'm I'm sure it means thief, but archaic noun, a pickpocket or thief. Oh, I love it. There's so much archaic language in this game. Did not have journeyed far. I chance we shall find her in the forest. Um... She stole, like, my sword as a key item, though, right? Like, it's not actually the sword I'm equipped with. Nope. Miracle! My wounds, they're healing! Rosea, blessed Saintess, how can I ever repay you? Gratitude is all the compensation it requires. Anyone else in need of attention? Miracle indeed. You wield potent magic. I tend to your wounds. Wounded? Yeah, no. I'm in no such need, though you might otherwise aid me. A young sorceress I believe may have passed through here. Her magic is powerful like yours. I do not recall encountering such a person. Perhaps if you tell me her name? Introduce herself as Lisa. I would kill to know how to correctly pronounce her name. It's just one of those names. There's so many different ways you could pronounce it and, like, emphasize it. I recall it being short for... It really reminds me of Charlotte. So... maybe the SE isn't a syllable of its own. Maybe it's... sometimes words are like that. Charlotte Leeslet. That just sounds goofy. Sounds almost like an insult. Alright, hold on a second. I'm actually gonna pull up a... Yeah, no. Hold on. I gotta mute my desktop audio for a second and listen to this YouTube video about how to pronounce this person's fucking name. So, hold on just a second. Actually giving, like, numerous ways to pronounce it. None of these sound right or, like, good. Wow. I have no words. Other than thanks, internet. Robots are worse at pronouncing this name than I am. Alright, back to the game audio. Leaslet. If I try not to pronounce the middle syllable, it sounds like I'm saying Lee Slut. Yeah. Whatever. I'm just gonna call her Lisa. Lisa, you say? You know of her? Suppose you could say so. Why do you search for her? She stole the sword of my father, though of little value. The weapon is all I have left of him. That's terrible. I shudder to think what has become of her since she was banished from the royal court. Royal court? Of course, where shall I begin? Lisa was once a colleague of mine, a court magi of Artulia. We worked hand in hand for the good of the realm. That is until the murd. Until circumstances forced us out. Last I knew, she had taken refuge in Krelmonfrain. As I am truly dismayed to hear of this theft, I can only imagine what sordidness has brought her to it. Ellipses. Your intent on finding her, would you mind terribly if I were to accompany you? Ellipses. No, you can't do that. I'm on a different story path. No. No, not your turn. A vulgar of me, I haven't even told you my name. I am Rosea, a healer. My tenure at court has ended. My commitment to the people of Artulia remains unchanged. Thus, if Lisa hatches some wicked subterfuge, it is my duty to thwart it. State your reasons well enough. I have no cause to refuse. Thank you for your grace. Wait, no. Get her out of there. I don't want... no. What? You shouldn't be joining. Fuck. Okay. Oh wow, Rosea does join, but leaves. That's interesting. Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll bet it does. Your holds particularly. This all looks very similar. None of this seems different from the first playthrough. Expansionists and I remember this one. This one like made my brain itch because it's like expansionists and revolutionaries who seek new opportunities for growth. Side with one, yeah, like, you know. Like, yeah, no, the imperialists and also the anti-war activists are siding with the same person. What? Get out of here. Okay. I love how this poor bastard is still traveling with me even though I killed his daughter. I knew to get here. See. There's been very little reason to use a lot of these items. In the original Valkyrie profile, like I found that, you know, it was some were easier to find than others, but I was able to. There are very few items that I wasn't able to find some opportunity to use. This game, just some of these things just feel straight up pointless. Alright. Powerful version of spellcasting item can help in one specific fight, but are met otherwise. Yeah. I mean, the fact that like there were strategic uses for them in the earlier games, right? Because like you could have like melee characters use items that would hit the entire enemy party and such. You know, things like that. Like, I don't know, I found plenty of uses for them, honestly. I mean, more so in the first half of the game, but I mean, that's to be expected. I mean, like, items that you get in, like, the beginning and middle of the game are expected to fall off in usefulness towards the end. But if they're not, you know, as long as they're useful for most of the game up until whatever point, then, you know, it's whatever. Or the other thing I liked about the first game was that, like, any one caster couldn't have every spell. So, like, so far in this game I haven't seen a limit as far as what spells, like, sorcerers can know. There's also fewer spells, too. But, like, you know, so it was nice because even though sorcerers were, outside of their base stats, essentially clones of each other, they were kind of like the characters that you got to customize, and that was really cool. I actually really liked that. In fact, that gives me an idea. Maybe I'll do a Valkyrie profile playthrough with, like, basically like a hard minimum of 2 casters in my party at all times. If not 3. That is something I've never done before and would be interesting. Probably wouldn't be, well, it would be challenging sometime. Depending, but yeah. That's something I've never tried. Okay, that's right. See, look, she still has her capacity points from my earlier playthrough, even though she's a guest right now. That's so weird. Crazy that she has that. And that I'm seeing, like, there's no reason the game had to show me that. Especially since she's a guest and she's not gonna permanently join the party. I do take it that, like, characters don't have innate elemental attributes. I mean, I guess they could be hidden, but it just doesn't seem like... I remember in VP1... like, every character had an elemental affinity. I actually really like that because it made things more, just like yet another way that different characters stood out. Okay, I figured as much. I also find it annoying that, like, none of these show all of their stats. They show, like, RDM and resist, but not, like, other stats that are clearly there when you go to equip them, but... The Rune, Mithril, and Ether Helms don't show the magic stat, the details. I could have sworn the Star Guards gave resistance to something. Yeah, hallucinated it. Alright, now I finally get to look at all these greatswords we've been piling up, but unable to use. Wow. In like chapter 2 or 3, we got the most powerful greatsword. More powerful than anything we got in the prior playthrough. Oh, it only has one attack, that's why. Crazy. Okay, actually that makes more sense, because this we didn't get till very late in the game, and it's got, you know, barely lower attack than the elemental edge, but it has 3 attacks. Kindling sword. Nice. Not quite the same level of hype as Infernus, but still. Wait, does Lisa join me and then I fight her? Or I fight her and then she... I feel like the chapters in this guide are kind of feel jumbled. Honestly, every guide I've read for this game has, like, you know, chapter 3 if you're on path C, and then another section for chapter 3 if you're on path B, and so on and so forth. I really wish it would just, like, highlight the differences, but otherwise just keep it the same. Yeah, I've picked up on that, even though it doesn't seem to be very visible. Not sure how to really see them. Yeah, no, just keep playing. Yeah, I was basically just trying to decide if I wanted to equip an It doesn't really matter, because I'm raffle stomping this playthrough, but, you know, can't help being curious sometimes. Alright, let's blow this popsicle stand. Yeah, no, I know that. I'm just, like... Yeah, I mean, don't mind me. I'll... I'm gonna save the optional battles for later if I can. Gotcha. Okay. $150 sin, huh? However will I climb that mountain? This is the fight where this is the battlefield where we fight Lisa in Path C. It's just we're doing it at the beginning of the chapter, and there's no Lisa, just a bunch of bugs. Got it. Oh shit, I forgot. Gwendol and Darius have dash now. Oops. Or why not? Shit, I forgot. That's what I forgot. I forgot to change. This guy. Who the fuck is his name? Loxwell. That's just a weird name. Forgot to change his spell.
Know thy enemy and never question it.
Let's see what this guy does.
With what life I have left. Finishing strike! I seek grave!
Oh.
Savor eternal slumber.
That thing must resist whatever element weapon he has. Oh wait, no, I didn't give him an elemental weapon. Huh.
I live only to make amends.
I guess that sword isn't making up for the levels. Do you know, Thanatos, are the optional battles the same regardless of story path? do this in chapter 3C, and I guess the item is different, and yeah, they're not this pocket. Ugh. Alright.
I never missed.
Yeah, their RDM isn't that high. 120. Yeah. Oh wait, shit. Not what I meant to do.
If you have no plunder, I'll take your life.
That accent is something else.
Firestorm!
You won't need treasure where you're going.
The character, I think characters talk more once they're no longer guests, it seems like.
All I am able to do, I shall.
Oh, alright.
Too many horrors have I seen to look away now.
I'm hearing thunder. It's been like in the 50s at night, and I'm like kind of blown away because it's only like mid-October, and I did not think that that ever happened in Florida. I mean, maybe like in last night, it was as cold at night as I imagined it'll get during January during the day. But I don't know, I guess it could surprise me.
With what life I have left, Finishing strike! Icy grave! See.
Let it be decided here and now.
Yeah,
I
this
invoke
will
the
definitely
rights
fill the
of
gauge.
Fiery Muspelheim, and give my soul up to the Inferno's embrace. Ifrit caress.
I really appreciate that, like, the incantations
I
of
never
the
miss.
reused spells are the same. Nice little throwback. Oh, you live in Texas? I'm so sorry. I mean, I guess, you know, same could be said, me living in Florida. I guess Florida's not much better. I mean, in Florida it seems like people get... Like, I feel like if DeSantis was the governor of Texas, he would get away with a lot more. He gets a decent amount of pushback here. Were you okay last winter when or was it last winter? When the, fucking... When, your state froze over?
Be no more.
Yay.
I long for the peace of the shadows.
No. No, we'll have to beg to differ. I mean, which one's worse is, I guess, up for debate. But there's way worse places than both Texas and Florida. Yeah, try, really any other state in the South, unless you live in Georgia and also Atlanta, or North Carolina and also Asheville. I mean, South Carolina, Mississippi, Alabama, 1000% worse. I didn't know this until I moved here, but Florida's actually like in a, what's the word? I don't think haven is the word, but it's the only one I can think of right now. It's like the, like abortion haven of the South. There's like a lot of, it's like abortion laws are a lot less, you know, biblical than the rest of the South. So them trying to take advantage of Roe getting overturned is getting a lot more pushback here. And you've got, I mean, granted, you have a lot of very sort of well, there's a very high volume of I don't know if it's as much as Georgia because there's a lot of black people in Atlanta, but there are definitely a lot of non-white people in Florida. And so that's nice. That kind of balances things out. And like Florida has more than one city that is not a fascist cesspool. Yeah, I mean, you got the beach. I mean, come on. I also just have like, Florida has like I have a tiny soft spot for Florida just because I grew up in Atlanta, so my family would vacation in Florida frequently, and so I have like fond and innocent memories of Florida for the most part. Been completely ignoring the dialogue. My blade, no less. What happened? This is the sword you spoke of? Then Lisa has done this. But why leave the weapon? Surely one of her cunning would conceal such obvious proof. Look at Will here, just asking questions, being skeptical and or curious, obvious to us alone. For those ignorant of the theft, it's apparent that you, the sword's rightful bearer, are culpable. But why kill this man? Wait, that symbol. And bears the royal coat of arms. He stood under the banner of Prince Kristoff. Stealing the prince's banner is tantamount to stealing the prince. They'd have my head for regicide. I mean, I can't think of a more glorious way to go out. Can you, Will? Messenger was likely found for Prince Lingri's fortress. A rift forms in the royal house between two princes. Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to, like, going back to Texas, like, it's, to my way of thinking, it's really hard to top, basically, putting out a standing, like, mercenary job offer to the citizens of a whole state at large to, you know, help apprehend, you know, to apprehend women and doctors who don't want to LARP the fucking Handmaid's Tale. That's pretty hardcore. Some shitty stuff has happened in Texas too. Like, I can't even. It gives me just. I don't have enough Pepto-Bismol on hand to talk about, like, what my wife is not allowed, isn't allowed to discuss as staff at a university with students. That's a whole other can of worms, but it's not your fellow citizens being mercenaries that can turn you in for the wrong type of gynecologist appointment. While the younger prince sought a peaceful reconciliation, he has since held discussions with Montfrain. Same Krell Montfrain to which Lisa defected. I'm just gonna start saying Lisa. Of course, I should have realized. Like we're playing a game of Clue. Pieces fit together. It is a conspiracy. She was sent as an assassin. Oh, conspiracies. Oh. Hold on, let me call Joe Rogan. Krell Montfrain seeks to enthrone Prince Kristoff, in whom they hold a stake. Appointing the elder brother expedites a process that a messenger bidding peace long. I'll put it as delicately neutral public. I mean, I don't know. We're both old enough to know that politically correct is a relative term. Remember the 90s and, like, parental advisory stickers? Yeah. I can think of many in the US government that need that. Also, there's nothing... Political correctness doesn't even apply to that. That's just fucking... You're just talking about praxis right there. I mean, shit. Debating whether or not I just want to skip these optional battles. This says toughest fight in the chapter. I'm intrigued. Give it a try. We are at the point though where, like, you know, individual politicians getting you know, buying the farm isn't really going to do anything. Every time I hear, you know, a couple years ago, like every time I heard like a liberal just say like, "Oh man, if only Trump would just like die of COVID or something," I was like, "Yeah, that'd be funny for like 5 minutes until you know, his you know, whatever eldritch creature that replaces him rears its ugly head." You know, fascism isn't a person; it's a systemic thing. Also, hi Alanius. I am very pleased to see you. Are you having another lurk sesh, or can we expect to enjoy your titillating conversation? Yeah, that's not gonna happen though. I mean, not without fundamentally restructuring a lot of stuff. There's just too many ways for people to it's all about means, and there's just too many. There's no way to when people have hundreds of millions or billions of dollars, there's no way to contain. Like, there's no way to contain that power, on a personal or individual basis, or even like a local or municipal basis. Like, that's got to be containing that kind of shit. Containing the kind of power that affords you is really like big things have to happen for us to even start talking about that. Fortunately, is oh, Durlian, here and chilling. Oh yeah, no, I totally get it. Yeah, fair play. You should have your boyfriend. Well, you should follow my Twitch for your boyfriend there. Engage. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I mean, she's a woman and she's not white, so that's always a danger. But I don't think it would necessarily be politically motivated, because honestly, she's turned out to be, you know, pretty ineffectual politically. And I don't remember what it was, but she definitely she gave a pass to some things that I think were extremely problematic for her to give a pass to. Yeah, I just nobody in the U.S. government impresses me even a little bit anymore. and like compromise. Like if, I mean, God, fuck, I don't know. It's just. Like if AOC like ran for president and we all voted for her, and she got elected, that would be basically like that would be like 1% of that would be like 1% of 1% of the change that needs to happen. Even that, God, even nah. Let me walk that back, because even that feels too generous. I just think, you know, there's not a there's just not a way to do things the Democratic Party is basically a black hole for any kind of leftism. You know, when you, no matter how, like, you know, decent individual politicians might seem in that party, if they're in that party, they're not, like, no individual politician is gonna pull the Democratic Party left. The Democratic Party is gonna pull them right. You know, before you know it, AOC will be saying, "My good friend Joe." Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, the left in this country, like, has to just completely divorce itself from the Democratic Party, like, completely. It's not a vehicle that can be used. It's proven that over and over and over again.
In my father's name.
Lately, they haven't even been doing that. I mean, shit, like Roe v. Wade got rolled back during the, you know, with a Democrat in office. It was for maintaining the status quo 10 years ago. Now it's just like slower. It's basically, it's still regression. It's just like ever so slightly slower, or in like fits and starts rather than being consistent and relentless. Yeah, I mean, as far as not being surprised to hear that that something terrible happened. Yeah, I mean, that would not surprise me, but I would not consider it any more. I mean, that's no more of a tragedy than any other, like, woman of color that, you know, a white supremacist group kills. I was impressed with AOC 4, 5, 6 years ago, and now I'm just like, yeah, whatever. Like, at best, she I don't know, she's not gonna do anything. Yo, maybe she'll get some, like, nice at best legislation passed that is like, that affects, like, I don't know, maybe a double-digit percentage of the population somewhere, but I mean. Wait, I can't attack this one? Why not? Oh, I'm not close enough yet. Damn it. No, I know. I understand. I'm not...
Many horrors have I seen to look away.
I understand. I'm sure she's a nice gal. I can't really call her a nice lady because she's fucking younger than me, but fuck. She seems like a nice person. She's not gonna get anything done because whatever nice things she has in mind that she would like to get done, she's trying to get them done inside the Democratic Party, which basically guarantees that they're gonna go into the recycle bin, right-clicked, and then deleted.